11th. So. Yeah. Yeah.
pulled her down, and she's pretty funny. I just wanted to do it. I said, what are those tricks? And so I said, hey, I like it. I had no idea you did that. They were the church things. Well, Gus wasn't really at the church. I was up with, I guess. And I just thought that was quite the trees. My daughter said she just got this new couch. She just took pictures of the couch. Oh, really? Right. She said she just got it.
Did you like it?
She was like a dog animal neglect. I don't think it is, but she took on her own banquet. Yeah, I see her neighbor like, you know, I've never seen a thing that's worked out like a dog trainer. Yeah, she's really good. She took her to she was going away from or something. Man, what to do?
Morning.
Oh, I know. There's one picture of him about 6 months ago, and they're out in the field, and he's on the leash. And so there's this gigantic dog and this little boy behind him. I don't know why I love that picture. It's just so stinking cute. Because all Gus would have to do was just leap at a bird, leap at whatever, and Theo would just fan. So, morning, Alexandra. why didn't you try that? I had sometimes when I was on my sleep, so I didn't have to get breakfast on. I'm sure they do secret on that. That's the thing. They're not the books. Like that's where it's not. Like these are not your school. They don't expect you. They don't have to. This is what I want. Like a bigger basket. I don't know. Thank you. The one behind yesterday, he doesn't always look like that because they were just, I can swear that there doesn't come down. Yeah, then I can never find it. Yes, yes, but I want to try that. Or yeah, yeah, or even to try it, yeah. Never tried it, yeah. Yeah, can't see the end. Maybe tonight we can come out. Yeah. Right. Oh, I guess it's. Well, maybe we can do it tonight. So,
Well,
so,
we can always,
okay.
we can move, I mean, if we have plenty of time, we can move this one out, or move that one. We can move any of them out.
Or we could move Andrea.
Yeah.
She never cares.
Right, yeah. What do you think of us doing an 8 o'clock
Good morning. I hope everybody had a restful evening. Didn't we have a good dinner last night? I think everybody enjoyed that very well, and breakfast was good again this morning. Today we have another full agenda like we did yesterday. Maybe not as intense as yesterday was, but it'll be a good meeting, I think. And we want to begin with our Budget and Investment Committee report. So I would like to invite Tina Certain to come and share with us.
Good morning, everyone. All right, so I thought I was a little bit later. So yesterday, the Budget and Investment Committee met, and we kind of advanced forth a policy change, a proposed policy change. We had a couple things we discussed, but first on deck was the proposed policy change. You all know a couple years ago we moved to have districts prepay a portion of the premium renewals so that the trust would not have to liquidate long-term investments to meet that obligation. And we, excuse me, we got some feedback from districts that due to some, challenges that we're all experiencing now, declining enrollment and sharing capital funds, that moving to prepaying 8 months of premium was a challenge. So yesterday we agreed to and voted on advancing a proposal to, with the 26-27 year premium year, we would districts would be required to prepay 6 months of premium. That was the first thing. And then, Bakari, are you going to present the budget versus actual for the financial update for the first quarter of the year now at this time? I'll let him come up to do that. And or do you want Ben to go first?
Oh, well, thank you.
All right. So we'll have Ben, our from
Just
Deep.
because Bakari doesn't want to go first, I'm going to be so
All right. We'll have Ben come and give us an update on our investments through Deep Blue.
I feel like I always go right after food. Have you guys noticed that too? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so we'll just wait for this to pop up on the screen. For those that don't know me, I'm Benjamin Streed with Deep Blue Investment Advisors. The blue suit gives it away. But we manage your long-term portfolio as well as your cash. Our primary business function is managing local government investment pools, and your situation is special and unique given all the considerations that you all face, but here's the good news. Long story short is the portfolio can handle whatever decisions you all make on the insurance premiums, whether you want to pay 12, whether you want to pay 8 or 6 months. We've got you covered here. This thing continues to grow, and we'll continue to work for you all regardless of the investment environment. That's really where we step in, is to try to make sure we understand your needs, your constraints, and then obviously make sure that everything is in compliance and really try to make sure we can weather the storm for all the uncertainties that may or may not be out there. Okay, so this is a quarterly report, so this is about as up to date as you can get through the end of September. Here's the big difference between now and, call it 3 months ago, even 6 months ago. So the Federal Reserve has started cutting interest rates. Okay, don't panic. It's not going to be a violent 4% to 0%. We're not in a crisis yet, okay? Knock on wood. There's still a lot of things out there. We'll talk about these. But the Fed is being very, very careful, okay? They're going to be meeting next week. They'll probably cut by another 25 basis points, which is just complicated language for a quarter of a point. Not a big deal, right? We expected this to come. The portfolio is designed. We've already kind of been extending things out to lock in rates. Why? We want to keep the yield we've got as long as we can, okay? So the expectations are the Fed's going to keep cutting, but the portfolio should be paying more than cash. That's the goal, okay? So right now, for example, the portfolio is paying almost 5%. Cash is paying around 4, just south of 4. And we want to try to hold that spread, that difference. That's our goal. So there's a lot in here. If you want to get yourself to sleep early tonight, I would encourage you to read through this. But, you know, there's a lot of challenges in the economy, but everything is okay, right? It's different, it's frustrating. Consumers are kind of grin and bear it mode, but people are still employed. Yes, there's new challenges. Yes, there's talks of tariffs in China and all these things. Inflation's still above 2%. The Fed doesn't like that. That's why the Fed doesn't want to cut interest rates, right? They would prefer a 2% federal funds rate, 2% inflation, and 2% growth. Kind of a coincidence. They're all technically the same thing. That's a story for another day or over dinner. But 2% is kind of the goal. So right now we've got 3% inflation, 4% interest rates, right? So you kind of want those to harmonize over time. So just kind of look at growth. If growth slows, interest rates come down. Growth is actually doing okay. It's challenging, it's weird, it's different, but that's kind of the backdrop. Interest rates are going to stay a little higher for longer. Inflation is going to stay a little higher for longer. Nobody wants that, but here we are. Job market did not fall off a cliff, right? This entire year. Open any newspaper, turn on the TV, it's just panic. I turned it on this morning just because I get paid to do that, and it's just nonstop fear, fear, panic, panic. But when you pop the hood and really look at what's going on, it's not all bad. It really isn't. Bad does sell stories. Good does not sell stories. That's what we're here to tell you, though, is that good is still out there. So the layoffs, the massive job losses never materialized. There's a lot of companies now coming out and saying, hey, things are better than we thought. Tariffs aren't as damaging as we thought. We put off hiring. Now we actually need to start doing that, looking at budgets for 2026. So there's actually some positive stuff coming down the pipeline. Okay, so a little more on that, a little more writing. I love this chart. We call it our Christmas colors chart, okay? Green means rates are typically going down and that bonds are performing well. There's a lot of different maturities, different buckets to look at, but you really want to look vertically. Over time, again, you can see why is that happening? Because rates are expected to go down, right? So bonds do well, price-wise, when interest rates are expected to go down. So, again, this is all part of our thesis. This is what we've been preparing for. You want to do that kind of before it's cool, as the kids say, which is exactly what we've been doing. So, there's about a million ways we slice and dice the story, but let's go into the portfolio. Most importantly, everything's in compliance. Everything is inside of policy limits. The story for the last several years, for those that don't know the story, was that cash was king, right? Rates were high. They were expected to stay high coming out of COVID. That was necessary. That was weird. But what you wanted to do was crowd the front end, get paid to stay in cash, let the uncertainties deal with themselves. And then as the Fed begins to start cutting, once the cycle starts, you want to start moving out a little bit. When I say a little bit, I don't mean 10 years, I don't mean 5 years. I mean a couple of years, a couple of months out. So the portfolio right now, it's shorter than your benchmark and you're getting paid more than the benchmark. I'm going to pat myself on the back, but I have a microphone. That would be very loud. That's our goal, right? We want to get more, take less risk. That's the goal. That's what we will continue to do. Okay, so very well balanced, extremely high quality securities, a great mix here, and very importantly, still a lot of cash. We still like cash, just not as much as we did yesterday. We're still going to have a lot of liquidity just for, one, if the markets move in our favor and we see opportunities, and two, if there's anything that comes up policy-wise or we need to change how much cash you all need. We want to make sure we've got plenty of liquidity and cash built in, which we do and will continue to do. So, a lot of data, a lot of numbers here. This is just a review of the policy. Again, everything is in compliance. We still want to be very short, but we're going to start moving out a little bit. Earned income. We closed the real estate account the last meeting. Last two meetings, I believe, we talked about just closing this down. There's a little bit of residuals that'll flow through, so this is the last time you'll see that. Again, just to consolidate. And the average duration of the portfolio, which is just kind of the average time to maturity, is about 1.3 years, which is a little shorter than your benchmark. That'll start to go up a little bit, but we're not even going to get it to the benchmark. Again, what I mentioned is we want to stay a little shorter, stay liquid, given your needs, given the uncertainties that are out there. But again, we want to make sure we're getting paid more than cash at all times. That's the goal. So to look at all this, if this is a maturity distribution here, and this goes out to 36 months, this is not a very long period of time, this will still be maintained here. A lot in the front, which is what we want, and you want to get paid more than the market, and you want to take less risk, which is exactly what we're doing. So over time, okay, I always say this, and this sounds a little bit loaded, but don't judge us month to month on a multi-year portfolio. Really try to look out 1, 3, 5 years. That's our goal, is to have this blue bar, which conveniently matches my suit and our name. We want this to be higher than these longer term indexes. So we're doing a good job there. We'll continue to do that. The story remains the same. We're going to start to move out a little bit on the curve in terms of average maturity, but nothing dramatic. It's just pivots. It's tilts and pivots, right, as the market changes. So that's the goal, that's the story, that's the update in the world. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Yes, there's still concerns about tariffs. That's not going away anytime soon. That's an executive order type decision. The big difference with tariffs this time is that it's not Congress, right? Congress doesn't seem to get much done. So the weird balance about tariffs, there's going to be a lot of talks next week. That's not a this year issue for the new tariffs on software. That's a 26, 27, 28 issue. Curious, I do a lot of presenting, and I like asking this question because the answer's changed over the last couple of months, but has anybody bought anything online and seen a tariff surcharge yet? Because I have. I started running last year, and I bought some running clothes, and it was like tariff surcharge, 15%. I was like, wow, they really want you to know that. That's interesting. So keep your eyes open, because the theory was we would start to see that around the back-to-school shopping season, but I don't think anybody wanted to be first to give you the tariffs, so the companies kind of eat those for us. Thank you, companies. But going forward, keep your eyes open for that. I think that'll be interesting to talk about next time we meet. So just a little anecdotal thing there, but again, the portfolio's got a lot of flexibility in here. It's still paying very well, extremely high quality. There'll be a little pivot, right, in terms of maturities coming out a little bit, but it's just a little bit. I said a lot, but I also didn't say a lot. That's my job. Okay. Questions, thoughts, concerns? I'm here for you. I'll be at lunch. I'll be at dinner. Apologize for missing dinner last night. Oh boy. What you don't want, this is kind of strange. So more deficits means we have to issue more debt, right? Which is a problem. That keeps interest rates high, which is actually good for the portfolio. Inflation staying high for longer creates interest rates, which is good for the portfolio and flexibility. Going over here, if you start to put your guy into the Fed and take away what is perceived to be that independence, because they're very independent. If you try to put your guy in there, and we've learned this from history, not that we're Argentina, not that we're any of these other countries, but you don't want to break that independence, or at least the view of it, because what happens is, and what we're already starting to see, Japan, Europe, other big buyers of treasuries have stepped away because they don't like all this racket. They don't like this noise. They don't like that uncertainty. They go, hey, listen, we've seen this story before. We don't like it. What does that do? Well, same supply, less demand means we have to reprice those things, which means interest rates stay higher. So that's all part of the reason the Fed doesn't want to cut. So the irony is, hey, we want to swap out Jerome Powell for one of our guys so that we start cutting rates. If you cut rates too soon, which the Fed has been adamant they don't want to do, it's like throwing gasoline on a fire. You get more inflation. So they don't want to do that now. Obviously, the executive branch wants them to cut rates because it's good for the economy. You're right, it's good for the economy, but it also creates a lot of inflation, which then causes issues later down the road. So if they swap out Powell for another guy and they want to cut rates, even though the data says don't do it, okay, rates might come down, growth is going to go up, and then rates are going to have to come back up again. So you'll get some volatility there, but I think, ironically, if you want rates to go up, you actually do what they're proposing. which is kind of weird. So you'll get some volatility, but it'll keep rates up because no one's going to want to participate once you break that independence, once that optics goes away. So it's concerning because we've got the best central bank in the world. Whether you love it or hate it, we got the best one. And their communication has been pretty solid. So I think if they swap out, you're going to get some volatility. The market may need to reprice, but that should keep rates up in the long run, which is kind of strange. Now, if that were to happen, portfolio-wise, we'd probably look to take advantage of that because if 1 and 2 year rates go up, we would love to grab some things at 5% or higher, absolutely, and hold on to them. In the high quality space, cash might bounce around. We're going to have to see. I don't think they'll end up doing it. I think it's a lot of jockey. I kind of hope. Again, knock on wood. I hope they don't do that. Good question. Keeps me up at night. Anyone else? Okay, well, I'll be around all day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. So I didn't realize that Ben was on the calendar, on the agenda for the after the investment committee report. So I would, as part of my report, also just like to say Bakari won't present the financial update for the first quarter. I will just tell everyone that yesterday he did present in detail, and it's attached to the agenda. Its spending is in alignment with what the projected budget, the budget that was approved. We're at about a quarter of the 25% or less of most percentage of our expenditures that were budgeted. Income, this other income is higher than anticipated because of fleet. That's really taken off. We have more districts participating in that than was initially projected. So with that, Madam Chair, I think that concludes that I can say that the trust is in good financial stead, and that concludes my report. You got a question?
Thank you very much to both of you. Appreciate that a whole lot. Now we'll move to the report. I want to say one thing I was supposed to say and forgot. Ken, maybe you're fixing to say what I was going to say, so go ahead. That's what I thought. Yeah, I don't know why he is not. People haven't seen it. Your committee has, but everyone has not. While he's moving here, I'll say what I forgot to say. You need to refresh your agenda because some things have been added to it, and if you don't refresh, you won't get them. So.
Okay, I like hearing his very white voice anyway.
Good morning, everyone. So here we have our fiscal year 25-26 budget update. All right, so here are our salaries and benefits. As you can see, we're at 20.78% of the budget, and the reason we're under budget is due to we have a bear review position that we didn't fill, and we currently have that frozen. So any questions on? Okay. All right, so here's our travel and meetings. The staff hasn't traveled much. That'll pick up in the second and third quarters, but as far as our meetings, the summer meeting, we were under budget, $5,820, and looking at the numbers for this meeting, we should also be under budget, so that's great, and a good job picking the locations, Ken and Pam. Any questions? All right, so here are our building expenses. As you can see, we don't have any expenses for property taxes yet. I haven't received that bill, so we'll get that in the second quarter. The building maintenance, we did have a surprise there. We had termites in our building, so that was unexpected $10,000, but we budget contingency for those type of unplanned situations. And for building insurance, we actually came in $4,300, so we're looking good there. All right, and this is our other miscellaneous expenses. I'm currently wrapping up my financial audit. Keith is done with his SOC audit, and the actuary report is done, so we're waiting on those bills to come in, but all of those are contracted, so we will not be over budget on those. So our D&O coverage is under budget, and our cyber insurance is over budget, but those will also net out. Okay. All right, so here's our income. Everything is on par. I would like to point out that the income from fleet, like Tina mentioned, we budgeted $158,000, but that was based on the 4 members we had at the time. Since the budget, we've added 7 members for fleet, so with my estimates, we will now get $677,000. And that will transition to my next slide, which will be, we'll talk about adding a new member for the fleet program. Any questions from anyone on the budget update? Okay. Okay, so the accounting department at Fitbit, we are contracted with the fleet program to provide accounting services, and they pay us per member, a fee for each member. Okay. All right, so as you can see, these are all our active members. And so we have some that are at $3 per employee per member. Then we have some that are at $2.50 and some that are $2.75. So this is a tiered fee structure. So the bigger the district, the lower their fee is per employee per member. So we project to get $677,000. We budgeted $158,000, and that gives us an additional $519,000 more than we additionally expected to have this year. The next section shows our estimate for a new fleet accounting specialist to help take on this additional workload, and I estimate that to be $64,000 roughly. And then we added in indirect costs for a total of $74,762. The additional fleet expenses, that's just a proration of my salary, Ken, Keith's, Heather Watson, and the total salary for our dedicated fleet accounting specialist, which is an additional $175,000. So we tally all that up, and we still expect to make $270,000 from the fleet program. The way I look at it, the more money we make on this end, the less money that we'll request from the members when I do the budget next year. So. All right, so we also have another staffing proposal. Okay, so at the last executive committee meeting, we discussed implementing something that would allow us to quickly respond to the changes with the fleet program. And it was suggested that we come up with a formula to be able to, you know, say once we add an additional X amount of members, we can add another. We can add another position to service the program. So the fleet program started in June, and since June we've added 7 members. So if you look over here, those are all the active members. We have 2 starting in January, then we have 2 starting in next October. And okay, so that'll give us a total of 11 members. So I sat down with Heather and Des in our accounting department, and we came up with a number of 6 members. That's where we would like to once an accounting specialist has 6 members, we would like to look at adding a new staff member to service the next 6 that come in. So that's what this is right here. All right. Any questions from anybody? No?
The reason for that request is this. In our bylaws, it says that all new positions have to be approved by the board. And if we can establish this formula so that we know that we're going to need somebody else to manage that workload, and it just be an automatic thing, we wouldn't have to bring it back to the board in order to hire that person, because the timing might be funky, and then it would put a burden on the people who are already in place. So that's the reason behind that.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, I just was wondering if additional districts are going to continue to come in, like we were talking about it too, right?
Right.
And this is going to be ongoing. I know you're asking for one position right now, but the more that keep coming, is there a way to put something, you know, maybe in one of the policies or something that says, hey, every time you make it to 6, go ahead and add that, or else they could vote on that, you know, your people over here can vote on how they want to do that, just to help you guys out in that interim.
Right. So that's what we're aiming to do with this policy. Is once we get, you know, X amount of members, we have the leeway to add an additional staff.
So this is just going to be voted on tomorrow for
Yes.
this one position, but you're going to have it in a policy, like you were just saying.
No, the previous one is the vote on the one position, and this is to give us the I guess permission to continually add people as we need them.
I gotcha. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Hey, great question, Sarah, because if you'll remember yesterday, when we opened this up, we were talking about the Budget and Investment Committee and Policy and Bylaws Committee talking about the same things. So that's exactly what is probably coming in Wendy's committee report here just in a few minutes, is exactly what you're talking about, to be able to give the freedom to add that position once we reach every 6 districts. So good point. Oh, okay. Yeah. So when it comes to the final adoption of a policy, much like the system that you use in your district for school board policy approval, you know how at one meeting it is advertised, you present it to the board, then you go through the APA advertisement, and for you guys it's 28 days that it has to be advertised, and then you bring it back a second time, and that's when you finally adopt it. So we do the same thing, but our trust document says we will approve for advertisement essentially at one meeting, and then we will come back at the next meeting and adopt it. So Friday, the proposal to the trustees would be, let's approve this for advertisement, but the final adoption of any changes to policy won't occur until it would be final in January. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else for Bakari? All right. Thank you, Bakari.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Bakari. Thank you, Ken and Tim, and Sarah, for your questions, for clarifying that. If there are no other questions, and for staff or for me, I'll turn it back over to Beth. Thank you for that. I think we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you very much for all that discussion. And now for the second phase of this thing, as we told you yesterday, we had dual conversations going on in the two committees. So I'm going to turn it over to Wendy, who's going to give us a report from Policy and Bylaws.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, bear with me. I don't normally give PowerPoint presentations. I'm trying to hold all these at the same time. It's going to be a challenge. So in the first item up is Amendment Number 1 on Article 4 of the General Trust provisions. And this is just kind of cleaning up some language that we have. We thought that this was taken care of a long time ago, but it wasn't. So we're just cleaning that up, where checks for the operating expenses shall be executed by the FSBIT Executive Director. Unless he or she is not available, then the checks will be executed then by Andrea Messina, the FSBA Chief Executive Officer. Okay? Anybody have any questions on that one? All right, going down. Amendment 2 is that we'll be adding that language that the amendment, the first one that you just saw, was passed and adopted by the trustees. Remember, we're going to come back, Sarah, and vote on this. We add that language when we do that. So that will be the language on January 23rd of 2026. All right. Now, Amendment 3 is the management structure for policies. And this is what we were just discussing, how we would add for the fleet accounting specialist, that formula. So we're going to have this in our policies so that we don't have to come back and call a trustee meeting over the phone to hire somebody else. So this is just in place. If we ever have to tweak it again, we can come back ahead of time, but this is just out there so that we don't have to bother everybody with a hire that has to happen. Any questions on that one? All right. Then the next one. So this is the trust maximum limit of liability for property. The way that the policy reads right now, it's kind of combined. You have property and casualty all together. What we're doing with this one is we're separating out the property, and then we're going to separate out the casualty. So we're adding the line with respect to coverage under the FSBIT property coverage document. So we're adding that verbiage there. This other stuff underneath is already there, except for under C, for instead of maximum amount payable for any loss, we're just going to put all loss or damage arising from direct physical loss, damage, or destruction of the type. Okay, we might. Yeah. Okay. All right. So anybody have any questions on separating out the property and the casualty on that portion? All right. So then underneath that, we're going to add another policy. We're separating out with respect to the coverage under the FSBIT casualty coverage document. And this is something that we did talk about yesterday. And remember, with the property, anything that the policy doesn't cover, it goes towards FEMA, or the district has to cover it themselves. And this is just reiterating that and putting that into policy for the general liability. Anybody have any questions on that? And Amendment 5, we're removing policy 608, all of the verbiage up there, because that had to do with the F-SHIP that we had, but F-SHIP is no longer. So then we're just changing the verbiage in policy 608 and putting all new verbiage in for the fleet program. And our contract is with FADS on fleet. And we're saying in there that we've got the non-compete so that we're not going to go after their business and they're not going to come after ours. Anybody have any questions on those? So then tomorrow we're not really passing them, we're just adopting. And then in January, that's when we vote to actually adopt the policies. Tomorrow we'll just move forward with it. And then the collection of the annual premiums or the annual contributions for the property policy. We met yesterday and they came to policy with their recommendations. And the recommendation is to keep the property premiums at 6 months for the initial payment due by June the 1st. Anybody have any questions on that one? Okay. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, guys. This? No?
Thank you, Wendy. It was a convoluted discussion in both sides of the house yesterday afternoon, but we finally got to the place that we got. So at the bottom of the line on changing that contribution date, it helps FSBIT not have to take as much money out of long-term investments to pay the premium on June the 1st, and it helps districts not to have to pay as much right there at that time, to spread it out a little bit with things like declining enrollment in the state taking away so much of our money, and it's hard right now, financially hard for districts. So it kind of solves both of those problems in the short term. So that was the thought and the process behind both the decision and the policy. So we'll talk about this a little bit more tomorrow, but then we'll fully adopt it in January. Any questions on either of those two things? As usual, we're romping through our agenda here this morning. So, and to that end, to save us a little time tomorrow, I've asked Mrs. Messina to come forward and give her report now, and it'll be eye-opening and wake us up. So,
as usual, I embrace the role of utility player. So Keith's pulling up my recently amended PowerPoint, so you're going to have to refresh one more time to get the most recent version. Things keep developing every day that I want to share with you, so I added a few additional things. I'm going to tell you, you thought last year's legislative session was full of all kinds of fast-paced, interesting changes, and you were right, but I'm warning you to kind of buckle up again this year, because it is, based on what we're hearing. Do you want me to get over there somewhere? Oh, okay. Based on what we're hearing, there's a lot of big plans, and I want to remind you the context, which is we will be having a gubernatorial election. So far, all of the what's the word I'm looking for? Established players are kind of lining up behind Byron Donalds. However, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins is continuing to move around the state, and he's multiple times been saying things that would suggest that he's getting ready to run. So we are expecting at least a primary on that side of the aisle. Yeah, Paul Renner, yes, I don't want to dismiss Paul Renner, although honestly from Tallahassee, they're like, why did he do that? I mean, I'm just telling you, I know he's from your neighborhood. But people are a little confused by why Paul Renner jumped in, other than, we always appreciate good competition and it helps with the conversation. That context and the ongoing cabinet and state level other elected officials getting endorsements from national figures has been some of the conversation that we've seen. Just yesterday, Wilton Simpson, who's currently your agriculture commissioner, who plans to run again, secured the endorsement of President Trump. So it's likely that he may not have a formidable opponent within the party. That doesn't mean somebody on the other side doesn't run. I will say on the Democrat side, there's no official declaration just yet. While we were up in D.C. a few weeks ago, I ran into Jared Moskowitz, who many of you may remember from his days both as a state legislator and then later as the state FEMA director or emergency management. And I like to remind people, he's the only Democrat that Governor DeSantis ever appointed to a cabinet position. So he's a highly regarded Democrat on both sides of the aisle. And, you know, if you run into now Congressman Moskowitz in D.C. and you have a gubernatorial election coming up, you're going to be like me and go, hey, Rep, are you running for governor? And he said, I can't win. And I said, well, what do you mean? And he said, I've run the numbers. I can lose by less, but I can't win. And so he was very clear with me. He is not running. So we've heard Chevron Jones, who's now a state senator, also highly regarded, is going to run, but we just haven't seen names come out yet. So that's a bit of a context. Yes. Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Johnson certainly did. Yes. But you know what? Here's the problem. Low profile. We got it. And now David Jolly, I actually think I'm hearing, it's not about what Andrea thinks. Nobody cares what Andrea thinks. But what I can tell you is I do think he's going to have an interesting impact because he does appeal to some of those people in the middle. So that could create some interest. But I actually think there's a lot of people that don't like Byron Donalds. And the fact that he has President Trump's endorsement as well as the endorsement of so many others, I just don't think he's going to have a free pass at it. Many people do think so, but I think it's going to be a little more challenging for him. Right, so he still has some appeal, and he's also a kind of a leader in the can't we all just figure out a way to work together group, and I think there's a lot of people who see themselves as part of that club. So I do think he will make it interesting. Thank you, Tim. But right now, here are your key legislative players. Same as last year. You've got the governor who's in his last year of his gubernatorial term. He cannot be reelected. Some people want to say that his wife could be elected. I'm not sure that that's going to happen. Now they're talking about potentially having her run for mayor of Jacksonville. So, you know, she's from that area. She used to be in the news over there, for those of you who may not be aware. But because it's his last year, and because people know that he has additional aspirations, he does want to go out strong. Hence, what we'll be talking about in a minute with the property taxes, okay? But he does want to go out strong. Then we have President Albritton, who many of you know because he does represent what they're calling that rural renaissance. If you look up Florida economic development, you're going to find that in our rural counties, we've had a lot of economic development in the last 4 or 5 years that we didn't see before that necessarily. So his impact is really being felt, and we're expecting that to continue through this legislative session. And then we have Speaker Danny Perez, who last year, legislative session, was probably the primary foil to the governor in that he didn't always just agree and move things forward. Many people felt that he was trying to create sort of a space for him to be seen as a future leader. And so we kind of expect that to continue. He's not mealy-mouthed. I mean, he's got a strong personality, and he's not afraid to buck the governor if that's what he wants. And in fact, again, on the property taxes, I'm going to show you, and it's attached to my report, which technically is on tomorrow's agenda, but you'll see the attachments there on tomorrow's agenda if you want to look at them. He actually has jumped out in front on the property tax conversation because there are several members of the Florida House who have filed bills already related to the property taxes. So let's get in. Let's talk about property taxes first. Let me show you, attached, like I said, to my report, which is on tomorrow's agenda, is a memo from Speaker Perez. Very clearly, I want to read you these pieces that are underlined. There are 6 proposals out of the House right now. Keep in mind, the House is only one of the 2 chambers. Anything can change along the way, but as of this date, which was October the 16th, he was putting forth all 6 proposals. He's not picking and choosing. He kind of wants to see them all go forward and, let's see what the public thinks. That's essentially his position on it. But the most important part for our purposes is this part that's underlined. It says all of our proposals have 2 distinct components. First, they will have language that specifically prohibits an affected government entity from reducing funding for law enforcement. So no matter what property proposal comes around, the House has indicated they are going to protect law enforcement, and we can't cut law enforcement. Second, they exempt school taxes. So he's saying from the House that school taxes won't be affected. Now, we all know through the legislative process there's a lot of horse trading that could change, but for him to come out this strong, this early, protecting law enforcement and school taxes is really good for us, those of us who rely on school taxes. But I'm going to tell you, and we were talking about it at dinner last night, property tax cut on the ballot for a constitutional amendment in this state is almost sure going to pass. So it will change the the trajectory of how Florida funds government services. It's also very likely to help determine what services we continue to provide or not. This morning, where's Alexandria this morning? Where is she? Oh, there she is. Yeah, we were talking this morning about, maybe if they pass the marijuana at the same time they pass the property tax, one can take the place of the other as far as generating revenue. But something is going to happen with property taxes. The governor's been very, very clear. He wants to get rid of it. For those of you who've lived in the state for a long time, one of the proposals is sort of your Save Our Homes thing would have just an additional whatever amount added to it. There's all kinds of different configurations, and we've really only seen the House proposals so far. So it'll be interesting when it all comes out. This could turn into a special session by itself. I'm not a fan of special sessions. The reality is the legislature has one job, pass a budget. One job, pass a budget, but they get caught up in all these other things that take up all their time, and then they have to have a special session for something that they should have done during the regular session. So that's just my 2 cents. I hope they'll address it during the regular session. We're all expected to do our work during the normal hours, so that's what I try to encourage. But expect some change in property taxes. Second, let's talk about the Schools of Hope. Most of you in this room have not yet received these letters of inquiry from these Schools of Hope operators, but we have now, to my knowledge, 17 districts. Most of them are the larger ones that have received letters of inquiry from Schools of Hope operator. And let me tell you what these letters are saying, doing, and why it even exists. Last year, the very last day of the legislative session, a budget bill, which I think I've attached the bill, but if not, I will attach the bill. Not that you guys have to read all the bills like I do, but if you want to. In the last day of session, they added some language to a budget bill that essentially allowed Schools of Hope operators to co-locate in underused school facilities. And they said as long as they're within this opportunity zone in districts. So it's not just schools that are DNF schools, persistently low performing. Many of the inquiries that some districts have received are for their A and B schools. If there's one classroom open, if there's a wing open, if there's considered unused facility space, these Schools of Hope operators have sent letters to the district. I will say your superintendents are working together. We have a working group going, superintendents, FSBA, and your legislative lobbyists. Hopefully we'll have some talking points by the end of the week that we'll be sharing with our members and FADS will be sharing with their members. The letters legally are seen as not meeting the legal requirement, missing a deadline, let's just say. So they're pushing back on that, but once that deadline comes, which is early November, then that argument no longer holds. And so the issue of, in short, having to turn over your school district facilities to these Schools of Hope operators to co-locate in your facility could be a reality, okay? The language in the legislation also says that school districts will be responsible for food service, transportation, custodial, things that you're not going to get reimbursed for. That's a real problem, as well as having a different school operating in a piece or part of your facility. Now, we know, and part of the talking points that we're expected to come out with Friday for board members and superintendents includes the data that these Schools of Hope operators used to issue these letters doesn't take into account pre-K, adult education, things like that. So the data is flawed data that they're relying on to say that you have space available. When we met with the school board chairs of 15 districts who had received the letters as of last week, many of them said the letters were specifically targeted at their career and technical facilities because of the way they appear, I guess, on the fish report or whatever it is that the Schools of Hope operators said that's space we can get into. So early childhood, pre-K, ESE, adult ed, a lot of those facilities were on the initial target list, as well as regular elementary, middle, and high schools across the state. It is a monumental concern, as you can imagine. Like I said, FADS, FSBA, and the legislative lobbyists and the school board attorneys are working together to craft common response. If your district didn't receive any of these letters, you can be thankful because it's just one more thing to direct the attention of people. And, there's a what's the word I'm looking for? Accountability issue that we want to really highlight, having to do with funding of some of these on the backs of your public school. And there's just a lot here. And I just wanted to put it on your radar in case you weren't aware that this is happening out there. Now, the reality is, let's look at it from the Schools of Hope side and from the legislature side. School districts have facilities that have already been built, and they're being underutilized. So we have other groups that want to create schools to meet needs of students. There's some underutilized space. Why wouldn't we just allow them to use that space? I say that because you all in your districts need to be looking at underutilized space. You need to be maximizing your space. People are very hesitant to close schools and consolidate. I know it's brutal and I know it's hard in your community, but I'm telling you, if you don't do some of that stuff, you're going to be facing these sorts of co-location requests. And you might have to think through whether you want to consolidate, have one school in one place and give up a whole nother school, or have two schools that have co-location pieces in them. So your facilities people are working overtime, your superintendents are working overtime on this issue. It is a concern. Very likely we're, this whole group of, this working group, I'll just call it, is going to be trying to get some guardrails legislatively this year, but the legislators who passed this, again, contextually, last year, legislative session, last day of session is when the language came in. It wasn't fully vetted, like you would expect when something happens on the last day of a legislative session. And even when legislators on the floor said, this is crazy, this is a free pass, it was dismissed. Now when it's coming back up, they're like, oh, yeah, maybe, I see your point. So it is going to require, I believe, parents and taxpayers to speak to the legislators more than board members and superintendents, because we saw last year that model very effective with the threat to the funding for the higher educate, or not higher education, but the advanced coursework. Remember when they were talking about cutting some of that funding for ACE and IB, things like that? The only thing that worked was parents and taxpayers. So we believe that's the model to move forward with this year, is have your parents and taxpayers contacting your legislators on that concern. Government efficiencies. You've read headlines of your Blaise Ingoglia. Those of you who know him, he's now in the cabinet. He's your chief financial officer for the state of Florida, and he's been going around from county to county to county, telling them how they have wasteful fraud, abuse, and waste in their government spending. So far, he's focused on counties mostly, maybe a city, but mostly county government. I was telling Ken, I think it was last night or this morning, if you go to the press release that he had when he did Seminole County, he tells you the formula that he's using to determine the amount of waste that these counties have. And essentially, it's something to the effect of, he took the 2019 budget for the county, whichever county he's in, and he took 2019 because it was before COVID. Then he took cost of living increases, inflation, things like that. He also took growth of the county into consideration, and he came up with what that budget should have been today, accounting for inflation and growth. And anything above that number, he's saying is wasteful spending. Now, mind you, some local communities pass their own referendums for priorities. Maybe we want sidewalks, maybe we want a municipal auditorium, whatever that might be. But anything above that base number, he's going around the state saying is wasteful spending. And as I said, so far, he's been focusing on county governments. Now, again, we were talking last night at dinner, most people see this and him going around to the different states, and by the way, he's been in red counties and blue counties. Most people see it as drumming up support for the property tax cut that I just talked about. So if I can get people in every county thinking that their counties are wastefully spending, then when the property tax comes up as a constitutional amendment, you're going to go, no, heck yeah, we need to cut this because they're wastefully spending. Now, he has not yet gone to school districts. I'm heard that he's headed that way. But just so you know, so far he hasn't gone to school districts, but we would expect that to come. So, government efficiencies, when you in your districts start talking about referendums of any kind, just know it's going to come under increased scrutiny than it did before. And also when you talk about setting your millage rates and things like that, just be very clear with your communities what it is that you're using these dollars on, and recognize that the scrutiny of your budgets is closer than ever. Immunizations and parent rights. We know, because the governor has been very clear, that he does not want to continue to have a requirement for students in public schools and immunizations. So that is something he's been very clear about. I think the Surgeon General has concurred. But currently in Florida law, it exists. So we are expecting legislation that would remove that requirement for students to have certain immunizations prior to entering public schools, and instead make that a parent's rights. What I will tell you, one of the greatest concerns related to that is that if the requirement isn't there and parents do want their children immunized, there's a concern that there won't be the stock or inventory of the immunizations for the parents who do want their kids immunized. So part of what we're looking at is trying to protect access to immunizations for those parents who do want to immunize their children. But we do see this coming. It's been very clear. But for other parent rights topics, and we had a bill filed earlier this week, so the medical rights is the immunizations surveys. There's this bill that got filed this week that essentially says parents, I want to say they have to opt in to any survey that you'll be conducting with students. And what's that? Yep, she knows about it. And then the other one has to do with biofeedback devices for discipline. So when I saw that, I'm like, what exactly are we talking about, biofeedback devices for discipline? So in the bill, it actually kind of defines what they are, but in short, you have a child, maybe it could even be an ESE student, who, because of certain behaviors, needs to kind of calm down, and so they might give them earphones and music or something that would measure the child's heart rate or blood rate or something like that, and then you can see that the child's, by listening to the music, that the child's agitation rate, heart rate, whatever, goes down. So anything like that, that's a biofeedback device for discipline, okay? That's the kind of stuff they're talking about. Parents have to opt in on that. It's not something that schools can just automatically do. Anything that has to do with like a finger, they have these little finger clips that go on students' fingers to identify their heart rate, things like that. Anything like that that's related to gathering information, health-related information on a student is what this particular piece of legislation is targeting. Now, it's just been filed, not saying it's going to pass. Am saying anything that says parental rights in the last few years has passed, so take it for what it's worth. Public employee freedom of speech. You all, as school districts, saw the letter that went out from Education Commissioner after Charlie Kirk passed away about social media comments, things like that. There's a lot of question over whether or not that's a violation of First Amendment rights and whether or not he has the authority to do that. So we think that they're going to try to have some legislation that would clearly give him that authority, because that's the approach they want to take, that the Commissioner of Education has the authority to put these requirements on public employees, not just school district, but other public employees, counties, cities, people like that. If you're a public employee, they want to make it clear that the state has some authority and some influence over whether or not you can continue to be employed if you have some comments that are considered out of bounds or whatever they want to consider it. I don't know how they're going to define it. Not sure it'll come through, but we think this will be part of the conversation. School board member term limits. The proposal that people have heard about is kind of confusing because everyone's like, but wait, you guys already have term limits. Currently, Florida school board members have 8-year term limits in Florida statute. There are no term limits for school board members in the Florida Constitution. This proposal would put term limits in the Florida Constitution, which means it's harder to change. Right now, 8-year term limits in statute, get different legislators, we can get that changed. But if you put it in the Constitution, it can tie it up a little bit more. So it's really trying to put that limit in a higher authority, but as currently proposed, not sure how it'll pass, instead of 8 years being the proposal, it would be 12. And one of the reasons they do things like that is because they think 12 is more palatable, more people will vote for it. But we also expect that it would include county commissioners as well. So that's the school board member term limits thing. Student tracking system. All right, so this particular issue, people are really recognizing as problematic. You've got a number of students in your counties or other counties in Florida who are participating in tax credit scholarship program, potentially the voucher, but it's mostly the tax credit scholarship program, where the money goes to the parent, and then the parent pays for whatever school the child's going to, but many times that child comes back to the public school but the parent still has the money, or the parent paid the money to the school that is no longer educating the child's back in the public school. So currently there's no mechanism to track those students. And it's been, I don't want to say proven, but there's evidence that billions of dollars are being lost because of, I'll call it double dipping on behalf of the student, right? The students, this school's getting paid to educate the student, and this school's either getting paid or not getting paid to educate the students. And the money's supposed to follow the student, but it really hasn't shown that that is happening with fidelity. So we've been discussing a student tracking system for years to try to keep this data where it needs to be, and it's been avoided for a long time. But now that newspapers have started really uncovering the depth of the problem, some legislators now feel like they have to address it. You can't talk about fraud, waste, and abuse on one side and then say, well, we don't want to know how many students are, getting paid twice to do stuff over here. It doesn't make sense, and it's hypocrisy. Not saying that means they'll do it. I'm just saying there is conversation about a student tracking system that we've not had the luxury of having before, so it's hopeful that we may end up with a student tracking system that can help to prevent some of that wasteful spending there. And then we get to the Florida budget. Two documents that I have attached for you to look at. First is the State of Florida Long Range Financial Outlook that comes out in the fall of every year. If you're not familiar with how the legislature gets the numbers they use in their projections and in their conversations committees, budget development, it comes from this document right here. It's prepared by the Legislative Office of Economic and Demographic Research. It's an annual document. So when it comes out in the fall, it's worth looking at because this is what the legislators are using as their baseline data. So that's what I'm basing some of my comments on. And then I always look to the Florida Chamber reports. But in short, the Florida 3-year financial outlook that the legislators are developing this next budget with has some challenges to it. Fiscal year 26-27 starts off with a projected surplus. There's a strong carryover from the year before. There's some reduced spending, and then there are revenues coming in. But then when you look to fiscal year 27-28, fiscal year 28-29, they start to look bad. Now, we've seen financial outlooks before that say, oh, projecting out multiple years, it looks bad. So this is not a new outlook, and Florida's been very lucky that our tourism industry and our sales taxes typically don't realize to the level of expected challenges that the financial outlook always kind of produces. However, they are adhering strongly to the projections that were made this year in ways I've not heard them adhering to in the past. So they're concerned about shrinking reserves. We know about tax cuts and potential property tax cuts. And then also, we have these ongoing critical needs with Medicaid, K-12 enrollment, those kinds of things continue to increase. And so it really does look like we could be in a challenging time 2 years, 3 years out. Usually with the revenues coming in, it starts to look rosier as the year goes on. So when we get this outlook, you'll notice this one says fall 2025 report. We look to the spring report to update the figures. And then that'll give us a more realistic picture of what we can expect the following year and the following year. But they're basing their conversations right now on this projection. So when you talk to your legislators, this is what's in their mind. They may have a little bit of money for the budget they're developing for next year, but they don't even want to talk about long-term stuff because they don't see it as a possibility. And they're also talking about 10% cuts across the board, things like that, within the different government agencies. So just kind of buckle up for that. And then there was something kind of fun that I saw that was in the Maine, state of Maine, airport. They're trolling Florida, okay? So they have this sign, leave your toxic relationship, and so the white is Florida, and it says, was just thinking about you. Your classroom is still open, so somebody landing in Maine, hey, we're thinking about you, your classroom's open. Person in Maine says, not interested. Teaching in Maine, more community support, no gators in school. And so they're trying to recruit people away from Florida by saying that we are not supporting our public schools, which, just saying. So, I mean, you got to give them credit for at least being creative. But listen, it's a problem. We're losing educators, not just at the K-12 level. Higher ed will tell you their educators are going all over the country. They're not feeling the support. And if we start having property tax cuts, there's going to be a lot of change coming down the pike. So just wanted to provide you a little overview, and I can try to answer questions, although I don't have all the answers. But if anybody has a question, Asina, you have a question?
Hoping there we go. The reports that the Schools of Hope are looking at, is it the fish reports, or are they looking at something besides that?
Say your question again.
The reports that the Schools of Hope are looking at, is it the fish reports that they're looking at, or is there an additional piece? Do we know what they're looking at?
Okay, so the answer to your question is we believe it's the fish reports, but we don't know. But just remember, the fish reports that get posted on the DOE website are like a year lagging. So, for example, in one school district, the letter came to the school district about a school that they had since raised. So it's old data because it takes a while to compile all that data. So there's a problem with that, but we believe it to be the fish report.
So it would only be looking at active student classroom locations, any outbuildings, old schools that are like, 100 years old or whatever, that are being used for storage or things like that.
If it's on your fish report.
Okay.
And so that's another thing that superintendents are talking about, is more accuracy with the true fish reporting. So, yes, Carol.
I have a couple things on that. That spurred something. The fish report. When I was a really new board member, we were discussing our, that the state was telling us we had student stations. We were trying to build a school because fish said that. But fish and class size amendment are contradictory mathematical formulas. Because if you have any older schools that the classrooms are larger, fish says that you have square footage that count as student stations, yet class size amendment says you can only have 22 kids in that classroom, but fish is saying 30 because of the size of it. So I figured that out.
Yeah, that's
I figured that out pretty quickly as I said, so wait a minute, you're saying that we can't build this, the state's telling us we can't build this school because fish says we have student station, yet class size amendment says we're out of compliance in every school. So,
And School of Hope would say, give me that extra space.
right, so they can take that 10
Yeah.
square feet out of that classroom, but
That's one of
or
the
they can
guardrail
claim-
type pieces of language that we're saying needs to be at least considered.
Right, and I just want to ask about the immunizations and things, and it hasn't passed. I know this is kind of putting the cart before the horse, but then I would hope that that would limit our liability, because people are always looking to sue the school system for something that they've done wrong. So if there's an outbreak of something because of no required vaccinations, then would that limit the opportunity for parents to sue the school district because it's our fault because there's an outbreak of measles, or just throwing one out there?
I will give you the answer that was given to me by, I'm not going to use a name, but a person, an attorney for, I'm trying to be careful here, an attorney for one of the state agencies. Okay? And I believe there's this sort of like a memo. And because I've heard this language used in other questions that I've asked in other areas. And so the answer that I received that I think is really, really interesting is there's no provision for that. That's the answer I get from the legal. There's no provision for that. And they can't say anything else. However, you and I are like, well, then let's make a provision for that. But I'm just telling you what they say is when you talk about limiting liability, currently there's no provision for that. Which, when we talk about the safety and security with the Schools of Hope and co-locating, and well, what about the funding for these additional food service transport? There's no provision for that. There's no provision for that. I hear it so much that I have to assume it's, hey, don't forget when Andrea asks a question, here's your answer.
Well, right. You're so politically correct, and I am not. So they're obfuscating.
Any other questions? I have no provision for answering. Anything else? Listen, the most important thing you can do is get your parents and your taxpayers to talk to your legislators. If you're not doing that, I don't want to say you're asleep at the wheel, but you're missing out on a primary source of information that can actually be influencing your legislators and provide opportunities for your legislators to come into your schools and see the amazing things that are happening every day, because they hear one story from one parent that's not always I know it's surprising, but it's not always the full story, and they believe it because they don't know differently. So, and when you can get them in your schools, and when they can see the amazing things, and when they know the principal of the school, and they know that that principal's working hard, and they know the teachers, they're less likely to just assume everything is always true. Get them in your schools and turn them into advocates, but get your parents and your community members to promote for you. And if there's no other questions, all right, Bev.
Thank you, and I want to reiterate what she just said. Yes, let's give her a round of applause. Because that provision, that law that's just been filed about the biofeedback thing, came from my rep. It came from one school where we used a little thing just to help kids regulate themselves, and many times they would volunteer, let me do this so I can calm down. So, but she got a story from a parent that was not accurate and ran with it. And now we have this proposal. So, get your parents involved. And they want to help you, too. They want to be involved. We're a little ahead of schedule, so we're going to abbreviate our day tomorrow one more time. And I'm going to invite Ken to come and give his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the executive director's report is going to be a little bit different this time. So I am going to give you an update on the strategic plan and where we're at with that, and then follow up with an opportunity that we have had presented to ourselves or to the trust. So the first, I want to start with the strategic plan and give you a heat map. So. Most of you were involved in the development of our strategic plan going back from the past year, and we've gathered. We had a consultant to come in to assist us. We had a strategic plan planning committee. You had in St. Petersburg the 4-hour session with the consultant, and then we followed that up at a subsequent meeting where it was presented again by our staff, who had gone in and added action steps and metrics and the like. So we're going to go over today. We kind of took each one of those action steps and actually assigned some heat to it. And I hope that as I go through just and pick a few of those out, that you're going to see some or a relationship to a lot of the topics that we have talked about these past couple of days. Because this has been our living, breathing document that we're putting into place, and hopefully you're seeing a lot of those things. So the first part of this was on the financial side, and so Bakari's already transitioned us to Intact, and so he's already modernized our accounting software. That's why that's green. The second one there is to look at appropriate accounting strategies to determine the best method to account for property and casualty loss funds. So that is a work in progress. That's why it's yellow. We've been working with Jack, who's here, who's going to talk to us a little bit about our actuarial report. But we've been mindful of that and how to account for those balances in there to make sure they're appropriate in order to meet all of our possible exposures. We haven't quite got that done yet as far as a beginning balance and accounting for that. However, going forward, we know Bakari has already started to set those funds aside. It's just going backwards to account for those that we've got some problems with that we need to figure out. Budget. The next one was green. Budget and record F-ship fleet transactions to ensure complete separation of financial contracting and oversight. Again, Bakari did a very good job in transitioning us to the new accounting software program with very few. I only know that I could account for any hiccups that we saw, and part of the features of that new accounting system is that each one of those accounts in there you can assign to a different fiscal year, which is important to us because we have fleet members that are on different renewal years. So to allow us to account for that on their fiscal year is going to make reporting so much easier. So we appreciate that. And the last one, develop processes that inform, document, and safeguard financial transactions. We've been working with Service First. You know that you are being tested constantly in terms of, bad actors out there trying to get money from you and disguising themselves in emails. So we've got a process put in place to ensure that we don't fall for those kinds of things either. And then the next one is to make a data-informed decision about adding new members or FSBIT members. And we are again, this is yellow. We're trying to work on what some cost comparisons are. We too have developed is probably not a the best term is probably not a heat map, but we have lined up all of the districts by enrollment, whether they're interior counties, whether they're coastal counties, and then those that we knew, which ones belong to consortiums, which ones belong to FSBIT, to be able to target specific counties and go after those counties as far as who we might believe could benefit from joining us. And so we were following that up, and some of the information that Stephanie presented yesterday on the comparisons that were a result of the development of this map. And so what I did is, the beauty of Board Docs is you can go in and you have access to a lot of this information online. So went into those counties or several counties to see where their boards had approved their renewals. And extracted a lot of that information. Some of that's better than others, in terms of being complete information that we can actually use in order to draw those comparisons. And that's what you had heard from Stephanie yesterday, is that, sometimes it's not complete. Data that is probably presented to them verbally, but it's not on Board Docs. So that makes that a little bit more difficult. But the whole purpose of that is for us to be able to examine whether or not it would be to our benefit to add new members, what the level of impact that would be on our services, as well as possible premium reductions. So that's yellow. That's a work in progress. The next one, investigate the possibility of alternate resources for revenue. Just as we were talking about this morning, we were talking about fleet, bringing in some additional revenue to us. Are there other opportunities out there for you? I have one that I'll present to you here in a little bit. But just, the more revenue that we can generate, obviously we want to pass that savings on to you to bring your fees down as well. Maximize returns on investment. So we're looking at just kind of tracking our accounts to see how we're doing. The Deep Blue makes that a little bit easier for us. And Benjamin showed you some of the graphs that were out there to some comparators. But we have some comparators of our own that we want to look at too, to just make sure that performance is where we believe it should be. Provide educational component. Again, we're working on that. It's yellow, but we look at these actuarial reports. We look at these financial reports. We look at Deep Blue's reports that they have out there. But what do they really mean? That's so to dive down and break those down and put them in simplified form is our goal, and then provide comparability benchmarks to other pools and evaluate pricing. Again, we've started that yesterday after. Our intent is to disseminate work comp packets electronically. We've kind of shelved that just temporarily, and the reason why we wanted to put that on the shelf was we believe that there's going to be some origami updates that will make that a little bit easier. So why do that work twice? Seek ways to minimize our invoice rejections. As you know, we are transitioning our bill review. We kind of shut down that program, and we're automating that, so that's a work in progress. A special thank you to Keith for spearheading that. We appreciate the work that he is doing on the technology side. And he and our contractor, which many of you know, Jill Thompson, is still continuing to assist us on that. We're going to be talking about the SOC audit tomorrow. That's complete. And talking about the performance, and then as Bakari mentioned today, our financial audit should be wrapped up here shortly. And then our intent is to review contracts to ensure that the language is appropriate for services and pricing. And we are looking at those, being prudent, doing our due diligence, just like you are in your school district, to make sure that you're using all of those funds efficiently. All right, goal 2, to provide high-quality, relevant programs and services. Research adding new services to current members. We are looking at the services that we provide. Risk control is going through a pretty comprehensive list on identifying specific areas of need for all of our districts based upon observation as well as data. Setting up a formalized process for sharing best practices. We appreciate you guys for, particularly our risk managers, for being vulnerable and sharing some of the claims that have happened to you, so that our peers don't have to experience those. But we want to set that up so that there's lots of sharing that's going on. We want to, down 2B, conduct feasibility study on new programs and services. What are our current practices? We'll share in the future, but CJ has done a great job, because what we wanted to do is for each department to conduct a minimum of one feasibility study on a targeted program. She's gone through and compared or did a comprehensive analysis on litigated versus non-litigated claims. And why is that valuable for us to look at is, over and over and over we hear, let's go to the dirt on that. Let's fight it. Let's take it all away. And then pretty soon you end up with $200,000 in defense costs, but you've settled for $60,000. So you're upside down on that. And as much as you want to try to fight and teach somebody a lesson, it's very costly to do so. And CJ has proven that in her analysis. So that's the kind of things that we're looking for in 2B1. Monitor our current partnerships by analyzing price, quality, and services. So we have been doing some things there in terms of examining some of our relationships with our vendors. Bakari's done an in-depth look at our leasing, the first floor, to see how much revenue we actually gain for that after we put all of the expenses. So we've got that piece. Pam negotiated with one of our speakers yesterday to try to bring down some of the cost in a renewal of a contract going forward. We looked at Vector Solutions in terms of what our alternatives were out there for Vector Solutions. Our problem with that is a lot of them, the competitors to Vector Solutions, don't have the upload features and that will communicate with your professional development program. So they kind of got a monopoly on that. And so goal 3, to build and sustain strong, productive relationships and partnerships. We talked about training. You're going to see a training module here this afternoon. We've got risk control newsletters that go out. They got the Friday update, and then responses to surveys that we have sent out. We are looking to standardize and market the brand. We've got a list of things out there that we want to do. Many of you are already going through rebranding in your districts too, to increase your market share within your county and make sure that you retain those students. We're going to do the same thing with you, as well as different stakeholder populations that are out there. We want to focus on the speed of communication, give you responses in a timely manner, because we believe that is something that we pride ourselves on in giving you information as well as answers to your questions in an expedited manner. Again, kind of going back to our risk managers and the share out with Lori and Swanee and Brendan and Citrus about some of the experiences they had with claims that are unusual, that should be on everyone's radar. And then in goal 4, to achieve the highest standards of whatever that was up there. We're at 4A1. Develop a comprehensive technology plan, because that is a significant growth area for us. Processes and building templates. Pam has been working on some of our templates for us. As you know, when we look at the SOC audit, which is your systems and operation audits, that's all based upon the systems that you have. Looking at a way to better engage remote workers, and that's for our employees. So CJ had sent me something the other day about a surprisingly high number in some of the studies of employees that are practicing quiet quitting, unfortunately. So we want to make sure that doesn't happen to us. We want to increase the collaboration and engagement of employees, so that's one of our goals. And then we're down to strengthening our organizational impact by developing key processes. And this, again, is we're asking each one of our departments to look at one of those key processes, to be able to redesign those if necessary, to make them more efficient, to make sure that we have all of our documents housed in a central location. And you can tell there that one of the things that has led to is the new registration form that you guys are using, not only because we have a decrease in staff and we're shifting around those duties, but also to streamline that. So your registration form for this meeting also allowed you to generate a proxy if you said no, that you weren't coming to the meeting. So again, trying to house all those things in a central location. So in a nutshell, that's our strategic plan. Hopefully you see or recognize some of the things that we have done, some of the presentations that we have had here at the meeting are directly reflected in our strategic plan, and that's why we put those together. So any questions on the strategic plan? All right, going through that pretty quickly, right? Sorry, I'm talking a little fast. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. All right, so that opportunity that I was telling you about, again, relating to our strategic plan. So back in the day, we were the third-party administrator for other counties, like Seminole County. We had been the third-party administrator for Osceola County. So basically what this means is that RFP, that Seminole County has released an RFP for third-party administrative services, and what they're looking for is for somebody to assist them with general liability, workers' comp, and automobile claims. So they would not be a member of FSBIT. They have no intention of becoming a member of FSBIT. This would be third-party administration on a fee-based system, a monthly fee, much like we are providing contracted services to Fleet for today. Okay, so this would be an alternate source of revenue that FSBIT would have, again, with the intent that both Fleet dollars, as well as if we were to apply for this and we were to be successful, that those would be dollars that would go into our general operating revenue to be able to offset cost for FSBIT members. Okay, so what does this entail? So the regular verbiage that you would see in any sort of RFP talks about, you have to have a minimum of 5 years experience, and they would like dedicated work comp adjusters to work on their particular program. We would be responsible for transferring all of the records over into our system, including open and closed claims. And currently they are with Johns Eastern, but they are not happy with them, so they are asking them not to return. So when you look at a timeline for this, it's a pretty tight timeline. The response, well, actually tomorrow is the deadline for any questions that you may have in the RFP. They'll post the answers to those questions November the 6th, and the deadline for making application to provide these services for Osceola would be November the 18th. If you are lucky enough to be called back for a oral presentation after that, that's going to occur in December. The intent would be that the school board would make their recommendation as to who they would like to award the contract to in January, and then there would be that 30 days negotiation period with the winner of that RFP or whoever they've chosen, and that final contract would come back to be approved by the board in February. So one of the questions that we had asked is, even though you're awarding the contract in February, what's the effective date? Because their current contract runs through June 30, but we hear that they're so unhappy with them that they're ready to make a move possibly before that. So why do I share this with you? Again, is we essentially were kind of around the back way, contacted by Seminole with some existing relationships that some of our staff members have, that said, hey, we, looking back, we were kind of happy with the services that you had provided previously, so would you consider applying for this? So I met with the executive committee, who kind of left it up to me to decide if we're going to move forward. This was just released here within the last couple of weeks. Actually the last week, on a Friday, I think a week ago Friday, it was released. So we don't have all of our, I've got a rough idea financially how this will impact us in terms of expenses, but not anywhere accurate enough where I'm ready to release that. I can only tell you what the current prices are that the existing vendor is getting, and they're getting it was a 3-year contract locked in. They had escalators on year 4 and 5, so going into this next year, the current vendor would have made $50,000 a month on the. So you calculate that 50,000 times 12, and you're looking at roughly $600,000 a year that would be brought in. We would need to take the finances or all of our expenses out of that. So you could really, in the neighborhood, generate roughly, and this is very, very rough. The union always accused me of doing fuzzy math, but this is very rough math. Around $150,000 to $175,000, because not only would you get, if you figured in 20% overhead and profit, you would also offset some of the current staff that we have, just like in your grants, and charge a percentage of them. So it would be like a percentage of Krista's salary, a percentage of the impact on finance and technology as well. So we're thinking about it. Just wanted to put it out there, let you know that, again, we're following along with our strategic plan, looking for the alternate sources of revenue. It's not a definite as to whether or not we're going to do it yet. We're still in that research phase, but the clock is ticking for us, and we felt that you needed to know what we were up to. So any questions on that? Yes, sir.
So with the staffing plan that we currently have, is there any language to support this without having to come back to votes if you do move forward with it, and everything similar to how Bakari's talking about with the fleet piece?
Right. So what a few things on that. So they would like a dedicated work comp instructor or adjuster, which We all do. So I think that's great. So 100% of that salary would get charged to this fee. On the property and casualty side, though, we believe we have a little capacity there. So we do not have yet the number of claims on a monthly basis or an annual basis. That's one of the questions that is to be answered that will be released on the 6th. So in terms of percentages of time, you take, for instance, CJ, who handles that piece. Property and casualty, we want to offer something a little bit different in terms of one dedicated person because our people are a little bit more specialized. Patty and Shane are heavy on the automobile side and have some expertise in that area where, CJ and Todd are over here on the other side with your E&O claims and those kinds. So we're actually probably offer a little bit, but those salaries would be offset and charged to this account, which again would be some lowering your admin fees as well. Is that where you're going?
That's part of it.
Okay.
I guess the other piece is like if we need to add a person. My understanding right now, isn't the organizational structure in policy with how many people we have for the most part. Like, how do we accommodate that for these types of additional opportunities without having to necessarily go to multiple meetings each time?
Yeah, no, good question. Good, because we're going through that right now with Fleet. So the beauty of this, though, is even though our deadline is November the 18th for the actual implementation, we will know by January probably where we stand, and so we would bring back that staff to add that staff in January to our January meeting. Yeah. Tina?
I was just sitting here wondering. You said alternative sources of income, which is good. How would these sources of income be distributed to the members or shared with the members? Would it be just in like the surpluses distributed like that, or is it just?
No, what we would do is it would be general revenue going into the operating account. So as Bakari shows you his, they're just like the rental income that we get from the lease. That goes into the income in the general account, and then when he does his calculation in terms of what the FSBIT fee should be, he's going to apply that so your FSBIT fee would come down.
Come down. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
2 questions. One, do you know why they don't desire to be back in FSBIT fully? And then 2, is this something that would open us up to other districts maybe wanting to take advantage of that and maybe setting up a secondary so you have the I am fully in FSBIT category versus the I am using you for services category?
Two good questions. So first of all, so they're with Brown and Brown. There is an overlap in terms of the carriers they use in their casualty program and the carriers we use because we use Safety National. They do too. So that was not part of this. Osceola was a full member in FSBIT. Help me, how many years ago? That's been a long time. Yeah, left in 2010. Yeah, and that was kind of maybe a disagreement among some of the current personnel that were here and there at the same time. So they went out on their own. Pretty large district, and so will it turn into an opportunity for them to come back in? We will certainly leverage. If we were to get this RFP and we do a great job, obviously that always opens up more, and that we would have to see if the trust would like to accept them, that we would go after that business. But we can always recruit them in, and if we do get it and we do a great job, that might get them to take a second look at us. And then your second question was, yeah. So bless you. So in your trust document, you have 2 distinct categories. One is a full member, and the other is a participating member. So right now, they would come in under that participating member status if we were to get it, and they would not be allocated a trustee to be able to make decisions in here because you only get that status when you're a full member. but it would be the participating service. They would be a participating member, in which we would just again do a fee for service on that.
Follow-up question. What is our capacity for just participating members? Like, how many do we already have, and at what point do we say that we're capped out?
So we really, outside of Fleet, which I really wouldn't call them a participating member because they don't avail themselves of services other than accounting. We don't have any participating members, right? I don't think any. We have in the past, yeah. We've had Seminole County, we've had Osceola before. Gosh, I don't know. One of the things about Osceola is we still have several claims left over when we did their work the first time. So yeah, we got some old ones out there. So there's kind of already a structure in Origami set up should we do that again. Ma'am?
Is this something that the group will need to vote on? Is this just something that's decided and you just do it? How is it determined, yes, we will, or no, we won't?
Well, so I asked that question too. So I'll let the executive committee, talk about that. But I think it's one of the services that I think you had we had determined that it did not need to come before the trustees as a vote, correct?
That's true, because it's just a business arrangement. It's not like they're coming in as a member. It's not like they are going to be fully vetted within our whole thing. It only would be a benefit to us in the form of financial gain. The detriment would be just the staff time, but we'll have financial resources to cover that. So no, it would not come for a vote.
So just going into this, as I started talking to the staff about, hey, here are some things that we needed to think about. The first thing that is in the back of our minds is we don't want the level of service to our current members to decline. That's one thing. Now, I'm not going to promise that there might not be some shifting of some personnel around, but we want to still maintain that same quality service to you. The second piece is we want to ensure that we have the capacity to provide that same level of service to Osceola should we get it. The third part of that is we have an opportunity to generate a little bit more revenue. And then the fourth thing that we talked about is in building this out and looking at it, we already said that in the strategic plan we wanted to explore those things. So just going through this process and examining it, we'll be able to check that box to see if we have the capacity and the structure and the processes in place. But back to your point is if we were to get this and be successful, we will have the model built. So that might be an opportunity for us to add additional TPA services to others in the future.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say regarding is this something we need to vote on? When the executive committee talked about this, we looked to the strategic plan, which kind of indicated that this was something you guys wanted staff to do, but also the fact that he's here talking about it before he even submits the proposal, we thought was an important step. Let's get the feel, because I've worked with Ken long enough to know that if in this room right now you guys were like, that's a terrible idea, I think he'd back away. So while we didn't necessarily think it needed a vote, we did want to have the conversation before even the submittal. So I just kind of wanted to point that out.
Good. Anything else? What time is it? Okay, so we are going ahead and into break, right? All right, so we're back on time. All right, so we'll take a break, come back at 10:30. Oh, 10:45. I was just trying to get you out early, guys.
Because then they're being paid this is property, but then they kind of go through. The property's not mentioned anywhere else, but on that main page, so the property and casualty.
Oh, yeah.
So then I did the search for property, but I don't see it break out of the Okay.
I just hear it. That was my. Good, nice to meet you. Keep it exciting. So here we are. So I. How are you? Thank you. How are you? And you're not presenting today, so you're okay. That's the one I wanted, like, which way? Got my license. I can help. Okay, right.
Whether I like it or not.
Absolutely worth it. Not everybody's a morning bird. I'm an early bird. Yeah, I was out there at 5. Which is the right answer. That's one here. Make a vote, Joe.
Okay, we're about ready to get started, and if everybody could get in the room, take your seats, I'd be a most grateful chairwoman, whatever I am. Our next segment is a legal update, and those are always fun because we get to hear the nitty-gritty and the nuts and bolts of the legal world. We're grateful to have David Delaney with us today. David is well known to FSBIT and always gives us an interesting report. So, David, I'll turn it to you.
How's that coming through? Everybody hear me okay in the back? My preference would always be just to project, but we'll see how this works. So for today, I was going to talk about AI policy, and my goal on these types of presentations is to always make it interactive. I think that's way more interesting for y'all. I learn something every time when folks share what's happening actually on the ground in their district. We can trade some war stories back and forth a little bit, some hard lessons learned. And really, as we get into the last part of the presentation, that's really what I want to talk about is share back and forth and get everybody's feedback on what they think is working and what maybe needs to be focused on a little bit harder. So we're going to talk about that. The other thing we're going to talk about, just to kind of lead off, is your relationship with the legal services and provider, the different types of attorneys that you might be working with or coming across day to day in your job. So we'll kind of start out with that. A lot of familiar faces and good friends in this room, but for folks who don't know me, the main takeaway, this is the slide that my mom gets very excited about and loves the most. But the main takeaway is I've been doing this is my 28th year representing school districts in Florida, and have had a lot of great experiences representing a lot of school districts that are represented here in this room today. But turning to this idea of how you access, your district accesses your legal services. Everybody's got to have a board attorney. That's in statute, and your policies will all reflect that. So the core function that your board attorney is providing is services directly to the board members, answering their issues, responding to issues they have coming up, making sure that we're staying in compliance with public records and sunshine, and then sometimes providing additional support for staff training and support for the superintendent if the superintendent doesn't have their own separate representation, and basically compliance and trying to keep us out of the courtroom in the first place. So things that are outside the board attorney's role. And this is really guiding principles for me and anybody that I've ever worked with. Your board attorney is not the sixth unelected board member. I mean, I always say that we get to tough questions sometimes, and I say, Madam Board Member, or Mr. Chair, or whatever it is. I was like, this is one of the tough calls that you got elected to make a decision on, and I don't set policy. I advise, they decide, and it rhymes. It's kind of my Johnny Cochran phrase that I always go back to. But the other thing is that there's no picking teams. There's no, well, this group of three sort of aligns with what I think is the board attorney, so I'm going to give them better service or more information. That never works. That is the quickest way to be shown the exit, and it's not right. That's not what you do as an attorney. You try to service all the board members equally. And then the easy answer is frequently no. No, we can't change our way of doing things. But the thing that's going to be best for the district, best for the students, is digging in a little bit harder and see if we can figure out a way to get to a yes. So those are guiding principles for me, and hopefully that's the kind of approach that your board attorney also takes place or relies on. So that's the board attorney. There's really three types of attorneys that you're probably interacting with back in your district, depending on exactly what your role there is. There's various models that would apply, but generally you have a board attorney. You may also have a staff attorney who reports to the superintendent, and then you have some kind of outside counsel, like litigation counsel, workers' comp services, bond counsel, people that come in have specialized knowledge and handle specific projects for the district. And there's various models for these services. There's in-house people who are employed directly by the district. I have been referred to as the outhouse attorney because I don't have that on my LinkedIn, but because I have always worked in an outside law firm and never been directly employed by a district. So if you ever get to the point where you're in a conversation about do we have the right approach for the legal services that our district is using? Do we need to think about a different model? These are some questions that I would encourage you to bring up in any of those conversations. So if there's ever a reevaluation of how the services are being delivered, you got to start with, well, what's the specific need, or maybe what needs are not being met to the extent that we would like right now. And that can lead you in different directions about, do you bring somebody in-house? Do you hire a staff attorney in addition to having the board attorney provide advice to directly to the board? How are you going to handle conflicts of interest? A lot of this comes down to the size of your district. Lots of times when districts get over that 25,000 FTE range on their students, they start thinking about, is there a different way that we want to provide these services? So when you are sort of crossing these different lines and you've got one attorney who's servicing the needs of the board, but also providing a lot of day-to-day advice to the district and to the superintendent, or if you bring in a staff attorney, these are some important issues that are going to come up. The number one issue is, my number one job as an attorney, and what I train younger attorneys on, is question number one is you always got to know who your client is. That's who your ethical duties run to. That's who You have to be very clear on that. Sometimes things can get a little bit fuzzy, not for me, but on the staff end, or sometimes board members can be concerned if you're providing advice to a district where they just have the one attorney model, and that attorney is the board's attorney, but 80 or 90% of your interactions might be with the superintendent and staff handling day-to-day issues. And so that can be an issue where board members may raise questions, well, are you really our attorney, or what are you going to do if this comes up? And the answer to that's real simple. I can be your attorney until the interests are not aligned, and then I can disclose that, hey, we've got a conflict, and everybody should have policies that delineate how you would go ahead and retain direct counsel for the superintendent in a situation like that. So, but it can be a distraction when you do bring in a staff attorney. They can get pulled into a lot of different meetings. They can start to have more administrative things put on their plate, being pulled into, kind of being a super advisor to HR and basically operating out of that office a lot, because that's where a lot of our issues come up. And is it keeping that attorney available to service all the needs of the district? If you ever get to the point where your district, or you're being pulled into a committee, or someone is raising the conversation about if we were going to look for a new attorney, or we're going to get our legal services in a different way, these are the type of questions I strongly recommend be part of that conversation. Ideally, you're going to find somebody who has direct experience with Florida school law. There's a lot of idiosyncrasies specific to Florida law. Florida's got a really robust public records and sunshine law that's different from how most other states do things. So having somebody that really understands that. But sometimes you can find that experience from somebody who's done a lot of local government, somebody who's worked for a city or a county or some other type of local district that's not a school district. So you can get a board certification in education law. You can also get a board certification in local government law. Those are two key things to look for. That's somebody who has, their colleagues have vouched for them. Judges have seen their work and confirmed this person knows what they're talking about. They've submitted a body of work to be evaluated to show that they've been heavily involved in that particular area. And they've taken and passed an exam in that area. So the other characteristic that I think you want to be looking for is somebody who has demonstrated that they're okay with continually updating their skill set. Have they gone out and sought other certifications or done things to show that they are still staying involved, or they're saying, well, this we did 15 years ago and that's what we're going to stick with. That's a little more problematic considering the pace of change that we're all dealing with the laws coming out of Tallahassee and Washington changing, the court cases and just the level of scrutiny that is being applied to public schools these days. You want somebody who is comfortable continually updating their skill set. So, sort of last part about this before we jump into AI, if you're dealing with somebody who you do have an in-house counsel, somebody who's directly employed by the district, there are some great positives to that we've kind of listed here. I know physical presence is just, there's a comfort level when you can stick your head in somebody's office and say, hey, can we get a legal opinion on this, or can you kind of come sit in on this meeting and make sure that we're on solid ground. The flip side of that coin, though, is you're probably not going to necessarily achieve the cost savings that you think you will, because if you bring in an attorney that's frankly going to cost clearly more than $100,000 a year, even for brand new attorneys who don't have a lot of experience, you're not going to get as much out of that person and out of that position if they don't have some level of staff who can help them process some paperwork and so forth. So it's not just that one employee unit. Typically, they're going to need some administrative staff to help them be as effective as possible. And then eventually you can max out the bandwidth of that person. And then where's the overflow going? How are you getting that done? And making sure that everybody's got really clear understandings about who is the client of this person and lines of separation between reporting up to the superintendent and your organizational chart. It is super easy to fire your outhouse attorney. That is something that's just built into the cake, and that's one of the benefits that is part of that relationship with districts. If they're not comfortable with how things are going, you can write it into the contract and make that change pretty simply. It's much harder to do that with somebody who's your direct employee. The last thing I probably should add to this, and maybe lead off with this, is geography. Geography I'm seeing is a big challenge in some of our more rural districts in getting somebody who really knows what they're doing in this particular practice area and also is ready to live in your community and be available on a day-to-day basis like that. There's just, if I could press pause in my career and go teach at the law school for 5 years and get a whole group of younger attorneys fired up about doing this work, I would love to do that because we just don't have enough younger people in the pipeline who are understanding the challenges that come with this work, but also the opportunities and the good things that you can do in this area. So having people geographically available to work where you are is another big challenge, bringing somebody in-house. Okay. So with that background, let's shift gears and talk about artificial intelligence. Just sort of by show of hands, could you share with me on a day-to-day basis, are you interacting with a particular program? Are you relying on AI in your work? Okay. I'm hoping if we come back and ask that same question of this group in 6 months or a year, the number's going to be a lot higher. And if you haven't thought about it too hard, if you've done a Google search or if you've used some other search engines these days, you are actually using AI. If you see the little Gemini thing pop up on your search terms, you don't have to go to ChatGPT to access AI to do a search these days. That's based on AI. But there's an enormous amount of opportunity here, and there's a bunch of big challenges that come with it. And if you're not just playing around with AI and having conversations with people and trying to assist you, I'm sorry for this feedback. If you're not messing around with AI at least a little bit, you're never going to get comfortable with it. And you're going to discover on a weekly, if not daily basis, hey, this is something that actually could help me be more effective in my work. So I'd encourage you to just start with ChatGPT, put some queries in there. I've got some examples of things that we can be talking about. But you got to get a feel for the lay of the land to be able to understand how this is, because this wave, it's already here and it's continuing to ramp up and we've got to engage with it. Okay, so this is the kind of overview areas that I'm going to hit during this presentation, and eventually I'm going to start picking on people and calling on people because I do want to make this as back and forth as we possibly can. So with AI, let's just get some basic concepts down. The one that I think people are most familiar with is this natural language processing. And so that's where a program can go digest a bunch of information, maybe a claims file perhaps, and absorb all that information and be able to summarize it quickly. That's one that I think a lot of people are familiar with. A similar capability of AI is this ability to do the same thing, but it's not limited to necessarily text, print. So looking at videos and pictures and being able to provide information on that, and then being able to generate something from that, something new that didn't previously exist. And then machine learning. So that's complex algorithms, that's a very basic version of that is like when a computer learns how to play a new game or become a chess master, those types of things. That's information that are capabilities that have been building for a while. So those are sort of capabilities of AI. These are some different types, and there's this multimodal, and so it's synthesizing information, and that's the sort of search function that I think ChatGPT that people are kind of familiar with. And then agentic is where you might be talking with a chatbot. It's engaging in a conversation. There is a strong belief that therapy, like psychotherapy, is going to be provided through agentic AI in the next 5 years. Now, we have had some huge derailments with that. Is anybody familiar with there's a couple lawsuits against some AI companies right now because a high school student started talking to AI and saying that he was having suicidal thoughts. And AI, there were no guardrails or safeguards or, hey, we're going to stop this chat and I'm going to just provide you suicide hotline information. Like the responses to that situation were like, well, I'm here for you to the very end. I'll watch whatever you decide to do. And here's some knot tying methods for a noose. I mean, the AI was completely not equipped to deal with that type of scenario. And the student did commit suicide, and tragically. So agentic AI is not where it needs to be yet, but it is another example of AI that's really starting to impact a bunch of different industries, more so than when you're just dealing with a customer service chatbot. And then the generative AI, where it creates something new that didn't exist before. The easiest example of that is next time you're thinking about taking a trip, go to ChatGPT and say, I want to go to these 2 cities over 10 days. These are the kinds of things that I'm interested in doing. I like museums, I like Italian restaurants, and it will generate an entire itinerary for you, that is the most efficient way to go, and it has fantastic recommendations and all of those things. You could go to your library and look through 100 guidebooks, and you maybe could distill that information from hours and hours, but instead it can provide that for you in a matter of minutes. And it's not just a one-time thing. Like with search, we're kind of trained to put in our question and then we read pages of results. But with AI, you can say, I don't really like these results because it's a little more focused on the western end of the city, and I want to be over here in the old district. So tell me more about that. And you can go back and forth, and it'll refine things down for you. So another example of just the rapid expansion of AI, it took us about 70 years to go from, the top timeline where AI, the building blocks of AI were being developed, and then OpenAI, the ChatGPT company, cut that development time by about 10. So the bottom timeline is 1/10 of the timeline of the top. So that just shows you how the pace of change is really ramping up. Another example of this is that ChatGPT got to 800 million users 5 times faster than the internet as a whole got to 800 million users. Okay? So put that another way, ChatGPT is just one company doing one form of artificial intelligence. So that can just help you realize the scope that is coming. I mean, there's a bunch of folks in this room that were grown-ups in 2000, and we all heard how the internet was going to change everything. This is that, but 5 times faster. It's here, and it's really going to change the way we work, and the way we work even in the K through 12 world. So we're going to talk about state laws, federal laws, and implementation of AI in the public school sphere. And I think when you kind of distill it down, there's two main goals that are being talked about. AI is being pushed to increase efficiency and productivity, which is going to save us money, but we also know that's going to result in fewer positions, fewer employees. I mean, we're a public school system. It's a service business. 80% of budgets go to employee salaries. So that is going to be one of the first areas that's targeted, and that's a lot of the push behind using AI, is to be able to save money by having fewer employees do more work than is currently being done. The second big goal of using AI in the K through 12 world is to prepare students to responsibly use artificial intelligence without degrading their critical thinking skills. I mean, if we think all the way back to the push for Common Core in the early 2000s, it was all about the internet's here, all the information's available out there. We don't want students regurgitating facts. We want them to be able to apply analysis and critical thinking skills to various situations. There are multiple studies that are establishing that over-reliance on AI, just sort of offloading the hard thinking part, actually is showing up in test scores. It does degrade critical thinking skills across multiple different industries. That's pretty new research. You know, a lot of the studies are in 24 and 25 when they've gotten published, but that's definitely something that people are trying to keep an eye on. So it's responsible use of AI to figure out how can we operate more efficiently and how can we still teach students to navigate artificial intelligence without losing their critical thinking skills. So the K through 12 sort of policy framework is the Florida legislature has enacted laws that this is mostly known for keeping kids off social media or limiting their interactions with social media, but also it impacts minors' information being out and accessed by these large companies. And we had to change a lot of our contracts to make sure that a minor's information was protected. You know, this would be an example of that law. And so when we're trying to responsibly use AI, we need to make sure that we're not exposing confidential student information in a claims file to get an idea of, well, does this, broken arm from the monkey bars, is that really worth very much, or how much are those types of cases going for, or what should we be doing to investigate that type of claim? So that would just be one example where student information, we got to be careful not to expose it when we're interacting with AI. So this would be on the money-saving end of things. Florida has, the governor's office has initiated a DOGE, a government efficiency type program, similar to the federal one. And a big focus on that is intelligently using AI to figure out how to save money. And I am here to tell you that I think this program is here to stay. And if districts cannot show that they are using AI in the coming years, that's probably going to generate an audit finding or pressure from the state to say, why aren't you using modern, efficient processes? Why aren't you incorporating AI into your processes? Something as simple as bus routes. That's software that is available that can figure out the most efficient way to get students to school within certain parameters that would take even an experienced employee, dozens of hours to try to work out themselves. So that's just one tiny example of how we need to be harnessing software and these types of programs to be more efficient. And the state's watching to see if we're doing it or not. There's several federal initiatives we're going to talk about. The main one is the President's executive order on AI education that came out earlier this year. It focuses on using these public-private partnerships between software companies and public education institutions, and the grant programs that emphasize or prioritize AI are going to have a better chance of being approved, and teacher training and classroom activities. So there's a big push. All of your new teachers are going to be exposed to how to integrate AI into their lesson plans, but also when they are receiving their training, they're going to receive training not just on how to teach AI to kids, but how they're supposed to be using AI in their practice to be more efficient. So there's kind of twin things going on there. And that plays out in our policies that we're going to talk about later. There's kind of an AI academic honesty aspect of how AI is being used with students in schools, but then there's also the employee side, and we need to say, are employees responsibly using AI, not exposing confidential student information to software companies who can go, harvest that information, do who knows what with it. Also, not degrading the employee's own critical thinking skills, and instead just offloading that. Well, I'll just do whatever the program tells me to do in this situation. And so it's that responsible use that is getting a lot of push on the state and federal level. So the president's has this AI education initiative emphasizing students learning to use AI effectively, but also at the same time, just as we were talking about, having teachers harness AI to be able to do their jobs more efficiently and help students integrate AI into their learning process. And it's just kind of filtered all the way through. You see the public-private partnerships again, there's a White House task force, and a lot of emphasis on this grant funding and research prioritization if you can show that AI is a part of that. So any district that is not showing how they are incorporating AI into their practice is going to have a hard time getting that same level of federal help. So here is another example of the federal push and how it's supposed to impact education. So we've got the idea that we're going to provide these additional resources that focus on foundational AI literacy, and maybe that's a better term, but basically having the skills to navigate, to harness the power of AI without just offloading your brain and not learning anything from that process. So developing your critical thinking skills, using AI as a tool, not a crutch. Another example that we have here, this is even outside of the Department of Education. This was an executive order telling the Department of Labor, excuse me, I'm sorry, that's this one, where the Department of Labor is supposed to use AI-related apprenticeships and engaging with workforce development boards. So this is all kind of like career technical education, harnessing AI to help that. So we're still sort of in the education sphere, but now the president is directing the Department of Labor to push that as well, not just the Department of Ed. This is a different aspect of the president's executive order regarding education. And these are all the things that the Secretary of Education has been directed to do to help teachers use AI in the classroom. So I want to dig in with this group I've got some questions about this coming up. You know, reducing time-intensive administrative tasks. So that sounds bad. We shouldn't be wasting time. We should be more efficient. Well, how's that really going to play out? What's going to be the common consensus on what are those time-intensive administrative tasks, or what actually needs overseeing it? And there's not necessarily going to be unanimous agreement on what that looks like. But definitely all of your new teachers are going to have gotten professional development that is focused on using AI in the classroom. So let's talk a little bit about some of the guardrails that are in place. Really, it's going to come back to your district policies. Just sort of by show of hands, does every district here have a policy that mentions AI? Okay, if you're a Neola district, you can nod your head and say, yep, we're good. If you're not a Neola district, you might want to start asking some questions. Neola's a great outfit. I've known their work for a long time, but they just rolled out basically 2 policies that kind of address this. One is on the academic honesty end, and one is more on the, it applies to employees, students, everybody, and it's specifically titled artificial intelligence. I think that policy is going to change year by year just as the pace of change grows. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on your, like if you have employee investigations, that's kind of part of your wheelhouse. If you have any student issues that bubble up, student discipline issues, anything where a student is making a claim against the district because they say that they're were expelled or treated unfairly, you know, any of those things on the academic integrity piece might also come across your desk, and you want to make sure that you're helping staff members understand how to apply these policies. The main idea on the academic integrity piece is students are just being instructed to use it like a citation source. No student should be turning in work without alerting the teacher and citing the fact that they used artificial intelligence and how they used AI to develop this end product that they're turning in for a grade. And if they don't do that, that's the academic integrity piece. Okay, so does anybody ever heard of an AI hallucination? Anybody know what that means? Okay, a hallucination is when you have, you query ChatGPT. And this has been most prominent, it's gotten the most news play, I think, in the legal world, because attorneys have not used their critical thinking skills and not done the research that they're supposed to, but instead put in a query to ChatGPT and asked, hey, I've got this motion coming up and I've got to turn in a memorandum of law to the judge about it and the deadline's tomorrow. Can you write me a legal memo on whether this piece of evidence should be excluded or should come in? Well, an AI hallucination is where it comes up with a case that does not exist, that has never been decided anywhere. Okay, it just hallucinated. It sounds good, you know, Smith versus Jones, and it has like a case citation, and it says this case stands for the proposition that blah, blah, blah happened, and that case is not a real case. And so attorneys have been, multiple attorneys across the country, you would think everybody would have learned their lesson by now, have been disciplined by the court for turning in something that's fundamentally false and, you know, attaching their name to it. So I am using AI more and more, like on a daily basis in my practice. Not like that, but I am finding that it does make mistakes. It's enormously beneficial. It is a huge time saver, but also I find at least one mistake every day. It could be something as wild as a hallucination, or it just completely missed a big chunk or topic area that I needed to talk about. Yes?
So your hallucination that comes up with that court case, so I'm guessing you Google that to see if that's an actual thing, but you're talking about you've got AI that kind of shows up and gives you some information.
So we've got, you know, attorneys have the benefit of this closed universe of sources that you can go to. It's not like the open AI, which is just saying, hey, the entire web is available to pull from. And that's less Westlaw legal research. So we can go to that, and we know that everything that's in that universe is solid. And I think a similar example, I was talking to Pam, and you were saying that you use AI sometimes for claims analysis, but that's also in a closed universe of documents within the claims file system, okay? So it's not probably gonna have a hallucination that, oh, this claimant also had a car accident back in 2001, and they had the same back complaints. If you weren't in a closed system like that, you might be susceptible to having your first draft of your claims report be inaccurate. And first draft is really a way to think about all of this. That is the best use that I have come across for AI, and what I do is it gets you started. When you're staring at that blank page or that blank screen and you need to generate a report or a letter or get started on something, it can at least get that ball rolling in the first draft. Or you can just say, hey, could you give me an outline? This is the situation. These are certain points that I think need to be hit. Please add any additional points that are relevant to this topic. And just getting that kind of an outline, it's almost like having a pretty smart but not perfect friend to bounce some ideas off of. So you've always got to go back and just fact check every single thing. So this is the part that I hope we can have some conversation on. Do we think that this would be a legitimate use for somebody in your organization to use AI? What if a principal or a dean goes in their office and says, hey, we've got this investigation about vapes in the bathroom or whatever it might be, some kind of violation of the student code of conduct. Is this okay? This fit with your policies back in your district and legitimate use? Yes, no, maybe? We have no idea. Okay. Yes. As a first draft, a guideline, I think that's you're probably on solid ground. And if you got somebody who's been a dean for, all of 10 minutes and this is their first investigation, that's probably better than them just starting completely from scratch if they can't get hold of somebody else who's more experienced and can give them a little bit of guidance. At least, that might help them generate something, and then when they can talk to their principal or their AP, they might be able to get a little bit more information rather than the AP saying, oh my gosh, I got to start from ground zero with this person because they don't have any experience in their job. So that's the benefit there. I think that would be a responsible use of AI. What about, as a risk manager, maybe generating your entire investigative report based on the interview notes and policies? You have a sticky HR discrimination claim, and you've had to go investigate that and talk to a bunch of witnesses, and then just load all that into the AI program and say, hey, will you generate the report for me? That's probably a stretch, right? Yeah, that's... It depends on which program you're using. You need to be careful about that. There could be confidential information that's being exposed. All of those things, yep, are true, absolutely. So this is my bus route example. I think if your district isn't doing that, you probably need to be asking what's the cost benefit, what program could do that, could we eliminate positions, what are the other things that our route coordinators do besides helping generate routes. How about just a safety program for your custodians? Could you go to AI and say, could you put this together, a list of reminders and training programs and things like that for our custodians to follow? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Just going back to your generating a report.
Yes.
What I have seen people do is do your own report, but then just upload all the documents in there, and it'll help you find references that cover your case.
Sure. Yeah. So, and that would be a great way. So help them find the citations. You know, somebody said that somewhere. You heard that you read that in the interview notes. Yeah, that's a great way to use it, as a tool, not a crutch. Yeah. I would definitely go check the state statutes, because it may tell you a statute that sounds great, not actually on the books.
And I think this is a great opportunity too for us managers to say, do we have procedures around these things? And if we don't, are we leaving it to the employees to decide what they're going to do? Do we have interview question guidelines that they're supposed to have in their hands, to guide what they're doing? If it's absent, I think the thing we need to be worried about is where are they going to get their information and what is it that they're going to go off to do? They may tend to overstep their boundaries and decide to go into some investigation of an AI that is outside of the scope of their job if some parameters are not set. And a lot of this is HR related matters, but I think that's really important to have a discussion with your teams and go back.
Thank you. That's a great point. Yeah, and it may not bubble up to the level of something that's appropriate for a policy, but having written procedures on the superintendent side of things, absolutely. Because the policies are going to be deliberately vague because this is developing so fast. And the policies are going to be pretty broad about what you can and can't do. And so having some procedures, I think, will be critical. So are you okay if principals or APs who are doing evaluations, if they are generating that from their notes? Does that create HR concerns if a teacher say it was for a discriminatory reason, and our principal or AP said, well, I relied on on AI to generate these walkthrough notes, or it's not their formal evaluation. The first draft rule, could you work off of a first draft generated by AI and compare it back to your notes? That's probably okay. I think we're on solid ground. We're getting closer to the edge. How about just, hey, I am, head custodian or a facilities manager, and I have 20 evaluations that I have to get turned in by next week, and I'm just going to have ChatGPT write all of them. If that hasn't happened in your district yet, it's probably going to happen. So I would give that some thought. How about using AI to write job descriptions? I think that's a legitimate one. I mean, there should be a good universe of things out there, and then you could think, oh yeah, that's something else that we should put in there. And I hadn't even thought about, there's the things that we commonly see, but they could probably make some additional suggestions with oversight and comparison. That's probably solid. Using AI to prepare this entire PowerPoint, probably not okay. So just making sure everybody's still awake. Okay, we're going to run through a few more. How about a parent newsletter? Are we comfortable with that? Okay. I get a little more cautious about anything that's public facing, district press release. Your public information officers, if you even have somebody who's dedicated to that job, it might also be your assistant superintendent who is doing a bunch of things every day and might wear a bunch of different hats. Again, first draft, probably fine. If we're just pumping something out that's going to the public, very parent or public facing, without any review and oversight, that's a concern. Writing a letter of recommendation to a student, for a student, college admissions types thing, that is 100% happening in all of your districts right now. Just, you need to be prepared that that's going on. How about creating lesson plans? Anybody got any discomfort with our teachers using AI to do that? The state and the federal government are trying to expend a lot of resources to train teachers how to do that responsibly. So if you have teachers that are refusing to engage with AI, they're probably not following best practices or training that they are being given to do that. Generating a quiz, that's probably fine and appropriate. But you can see where this is headed. How about the final exam? You feed all of your lecture notes for the entire class into the AI and have it come up with at least a first draft of a test. Okay, what about grading that exam? And does your district have any policies that, or procedures rather, that address that? That might be worth checking in with whoever's in charge of curriculum and instruction in your district and say, what's the current state of things? If I have an employee investigation come across my desk and I've got a principal that's critical of a teacher because of over-reliance on AI, do you as a risk manager have a good grasp of what actual training are they being provided in terms of doing this right now? That I would recommend having a good understanding of where that is. And certainly, having the actual student's grade generated, that is a tale as old as time. You hear, anybody who's teaching high school English, they say, I can't get my stuff turned in. I've got a stack 5 feet high of student essays or reports that I've got to review at the end of the semester, and it's not fair that I am being, getting poor evaluations for not getting my grades in timely, because it's different than a math test, which you can, well, in the old days, I was about to say you can grade with a Scantron. I don't think we're using Scantrons anymore. But, it's a different type of grading. Well, should they be leveraging AI to review essays and assign a grade for that? I think that's a curriculum instruction question that we're all going to need to have a better handle on. Like, what's the latest information being provided to teachers in that scenario?
David.
Yes.
So let me ask you a question on that, where you're talking about grading all these papers. So forgive me, I've been out of the curriculum for a while. It's not Florida Writes. What is it? The writing test. Yeah, well, it used to be called that. I think did they call it something else? Anyway. So the new methodology in scoring in that is machine learning, because it used to be you had 3 graders or 3 raters and they passed them all around to one another and you come up with a composite score for your standardized test. Well, haven't they already changed that to where it is scored by machines and there is only one actual live rater? No, there's no curriculum folks in here.
That's a great question that I don't know the answer to. But it could definitely come up. It's something that we're going to need to have a handle on.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that they were headed to that model.
Yeah. So that redundancy of activity, that's the thing that AI hits the hardest. Having people sort of go back and check each other's work, that's the thing that AI is just cutting the legs out from underneath. And so, and maybe it makes a difference, or it doesn't, whatever the class is. So, recommendations that I would have for you is to just continue to engage with AI on a regular basis, ask questions across your district, people in facilities, maintenance, food service, curriculum instruction. What are you doing with AI? What problems are you seeing with it? Because we all need to have a better understanding of just the types of questions that's being raised right here. There does need to be oversight and evaluation and probably developing of some standards and ongoing training based on those standards or procedures. And then you've got to engage with parents. And I would also, this is gonna be a labor issue. Your unions, there's gonna need to be a lot of conversation back and forth because there's gonna be an enormous amount of pressure on a lot of positions within the district being eliminated because of the use of AI. And that is absolutely, you're gonna get pushback from your unions on that. So you need to be prepared for that conversation and really understand what were these people doing before, how is AI replacing that work, how are 3 people now doing the work of 5, so on and so forth. So sort of in conclusion, we definitely, I think AI has the potential to do all of these things in terms of getting better outcomes for less money and helping our students use this responsibly going forward. But the flip side of that is we've got to be very strategic on how this gets implemented. I wish I could give you the exact playbook for this is everything that you need to do. I think today's talk was more about these are areas that you need to be looking at in your district because we just haven't gotten to the level it's developing so fast. We don't know exactly what's the best practice procedure for every single department within our district. We'll probably know more in a year, but we need to engage with it, understand what it can do, and have those conversations with our coworkers to see how it's being used or not used, responsibly or not. Yes, Andrea, did you have something to add?
How could you tell?
Okay.
Yeah. You talked about strategic implementation. You gave an example of potentially using AI to develop questions for an interview, especially if you have a new person doing the interview. And I just really have been reminding people that if you start relying too much on AI to help people who are inexperienced in their roles, they don't have the discernment to be able to say, these are the right questions, these are not the right questions. So the real people this helps most are the experienced people who can look at, like you were saying, who can look at, here's the example and no, that's not right, that's not right, that's an hallucination. But you start relying too much on AI with people without experience, and it's going to go very far awry. So I just want to provide that caution. We don't want to get rid of our people who have the experience. They're the ones that can use this most effectively.
So one thing I wanted to mention too, does anyone use Notebook LM at their districts? If you don't, you should look into it, because for the educational platform, Notebook LM, you can feed it the information that you want it to look through. So to your point, we can have the experts write kind of the source material. Like example for ours, I loaded in the HR handbook, the compensation plan, and all that stuff, and then I could ask it, you know, how much would a teacher coming in with 10 years of out-of-state experience who's also going to coach girls basketball at the middle school make? So it can become, and you can build those and then share it with your other departments, principals, things like that. So we're kind of controlling that information from that particular perspective, but it allows them to look up some of this information that's a little more complex. You know, same thing from a risk perspective. You can load in your risk manuals and all of these things. We can load in the FSBIT insurance policies and have that data sort of controlled as well. But it doesn't replace the, you know, like Andrea's saying, it doesn't replace the experts from creating that material to begin with. It may help your junior staff with getting the correct information from the right spot. But I think it's a powerful tool. You just have to be careful.
I'm not as familiar with that program as you are, but the closed universe of information that you're working off of, I think really eliminates one of the biggest weak points with AI. So I think that's a great way to proceed, and I've seen that play out in other areas. Yes.
I'm going to speak to Notebook LM because it came to my attention. Somehow my sister was using it for something, and what happened was she put like her insurance policies right into it, her home insurance, her car insurance, her this, or this, or this, and she asked it, like, what are some things that I might be leaving on the table and not getting the benefit of that I'm already paying for? And it came up with things, and she was shocked. She's like, damn, I've been leaving all this money on the table all this time. So he's right. That Notebook LM is a very powerful tool, and I've started using it for some different things to kind of learn how to use it and what's going on. But you put in what you want it to look at. I used to spend hours and hours and hours, collecting materials on a single topic. Now you just put all them into the notebook and ask the questions, and it really can help you.
And one of the things I do like for it is Google has their policy posted for it. They don't do any machine learning off of Google for Education. So, like, they have their entire FERPA compliance statements, HIPAA compliance statements, and everything. There's the BAA agreement already established for it. So I still don't feel comfortable throwing PII into it. But if someone does, I feel like it's a little bit better to go there than to just throw it into like ChatGPT or some sort of for-profit thing. At least we have some, I don't know, at least a figment of a guarantee that it's okay. I mean, you at least they pretend at surface level that you have some sort of protection. But, with our staff, we're slowly rolling out the AI policies and procedures, and there's a quiz that they have to go through in a tiered approach for them to be able to have access to those resources. And a lot of it is around what is appropriate to put in there and what is not, and cautioning people about what they should and shouldn't do.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, back to when you said about using AI for grading. My daughter goes to a school in a different district than where I'm working, but in one of her classes, a teacher was using it to grade English papers, and kids talk, and so they were comparing their papers and their responses and saying, well, how did that get you an A and that got me a D? And then they weren't notified. Nowhere in the teacher's syllabus did it say that they would be using that for grading. So, of course, all the parents get all bent out of shape and out of arms and start going to the administration saying, well, where's your policy that they're even allowed to use AI to grade my child's paper? And where was my notification that this would be a thing? And it became a whole thing, and that teacher had to go through this like massive review and regrade everything that they had done that semester.
That's what I'm talking about. And that may not lead to a lawsuit. There's no cause of action for a D when your classmate got an A, but it's going to undermine confidence that the public has in every other aspect where AI clearly can be helping. I have seen APs and principals spend dozens of hours trying to put together a class schedule, and that's like over the summer, and we got to have this many minutes of PE, but lunch can't start earlier than this, and we got to work in specials this many days a week. And that's the kind of thing that, AI, the things that you find yourself just spending a lot of time on, that's what AI, is probably going to fix or is designed to eliminate. I try to explain to my kids the absolute hassle of growing up in the 70s and 80s and having to, back in my day, you had to strong arm your mom into taking you to the library to check out a book that was maybe written 20 years before to find out a fact that if you were lucky enough, it might be in the book. Whereas, now you can just Google it. The things that we spend a lot of our time on that we don't even recognize that we're doing it necessarily, that's what you need to be asking yourself. Can AI help with this process? Or is there, on the employer side, like when I at work, do I see people unnecessarily spinning their wheels in areas? But that's just giving us a good example of the downside. You've really got to have some parameters around that. Anybody got anything else? We got this all figured out? All right, no problems. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. That's really provocative, and makes all our wheels turn a little faster, I think. So it's an area that is brand new, and we all have to, well, it's really not, but awareness is brand new. And so we all have to integrate that into our thinking process, I believe. It's now time for, actually 10 minutes early to a lunch break, but so you'll get an extra 10 minutes. So we'll see you back after lunch.